One day saw you sticking up straight and tall, raggedy clothes, straw hair, but you caught my eye. Hey, stuffed heart beats like it's real inside, thinking how you'd stand by through the nights. Scarecrow, love your silent vow, in the moonlight shining somehow. Rag and straw, but heart could glow. My lonely life you put on hold. Rain or shine, you just stand your ground. Wind don't shake you, drought can't bring you down. Lonely farmer heart just can't comprehend why I feel this yearning like you, my best friend. Dreams at night, walking hand in hand, feathered dreams slipping through worn out bands. Scarecrow tears from an empty hollow, foolish heart hopes for love to follow. Scarecrow, love your silent vow, in the moonlight shining somehow. Rag and straw, but heart could glow. My lonely life you put on hold. Scarecrow, love your silent vow, in the moonlight shining somehow. Rag and straw, but heart could glow. My lonely life you put on hold. Scarecrow, love your silent vow, in the moonlight shining somehow. Rag and straw, but heart could glow. My lonely life you put on hold. Scarecrow, love your silent vow, in the moonlight shining somehow. Rag and straw, but heart could glow. My lonely life you put on hold. My lonely life you put on hold.
Dirty boots kicked off in the barn. Spent my last dime on a two-bit charm. Whiskey bottle rolled under the straw. Dreams left shattered by a whiskey jaw. Cornfields dry like my old cowpoke heart. Plowed my soul into soil that's tart. Smoky bar stool where I drowned my sin. Bought love cheap, never felt it again. Whiskey and women drained my soul, left me empty with a hole. Whiskey and women took it all. Now I can't stand, but I'd rather crawl. Guitar strings snapping like my resolve. Old roadhouse where my life devolved. Shaky hands hold memories close, yet I lost more than most folks know. Falling down, nobody's around. Silent screams in a sleepy town. Empty pockets can't buy back time. Echoes of regret on my mind. Whiskey and women drained my soul, left me empty with a hole. Whiskey and women took it all. Now I can't stand, but I'd rather crawl. Cornfields dry like my old cowpoke heart. Plowed my soul into soil that's tart. Smoky bar stool where I drowned my sin. Bought love cheap, never felt it again. Whiskey and women drained my soul, left me empty with a hole. Whiskey and women took it all. Now I can't stand, but I'd rather crawl. Sneaking around like it's some some damn game. Whiskey's gone empty like my heart. You took my soul, tore it all apart. Enough of your lies in the month of May. Gonna take my boots and walk away. Fire in my eyes left me burning cold. I'm taking back what's mine, what you stole. Thought you could break me, but I'm coming strong. This ain't the end, I'll show you who's wrong. Revenge is a dish that's served with steel. Watch me ride out, make you feel what I feel. Your perfume lingers like your ghost, haunts my nights more than most. Got my old guitar strung tight, ready to sing about our fight tonight. Your sweet talk ain't sweet no more. Rip my heart right off the floor. Time to settle this gritty score. Kick you out and lock the door. Rumors spread like wildfire now. Small town gossips anyhow. Pack your bags and hit the road. I'm reclaiming what you owe. This ain't the end, I'll show you who's wrong. Revenge is a dish that's served with steel. Watch me ride out, make you feel what I feel.
Alright, alright, alright.
Thought you could break me, but I'm coming strong. This ain't the end, I'll show you who's wrong. Revenge is a dish that's served with steel. Watch me ride out, make you feel what I feel, what I feel, what I feel. Oh yeah, what I feel.
I'm just waiting for the music to chime out for a moment.
What I feel.
That's it. Alright. Now that I'm here, I am RedCorn. How's everybody doing today? How you cryptids doing? So, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and get this show underway. Just give me a moment. Now then, sorry it took me so long, but other than that, yeah, I already said how you doing and all that. But yeah, I'm going to be streaming every day this week. Saturday's still up in the air. So, yeah, Saturday's going to be very up in the air. But yeah, I'm streaming every day this week because, you know, next week is the, you know, the Thanksgiving week. And I'm going to be gone, so, yeah, I'm going to be doing all kinds of stuff that week, so, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get SnowRunner all fired up. Got to go over here to Steam and look for all the, yeah, I got all my games categorized. I got GTA-style games, horror and other foolishness, well, history and other foolishness, horror, sim racers and sim racers, shooters and RPGs, the great outdoors and sports balls, and then I got trucking and construction simulators, and then I got one for VR. So yeah, I keep my stuff very well organized depending on how the game runs. And there it goes. Fired up, fired up, fired up. Ooh, now I gotta readjust all this crap. Yeah, be sure to like the stream as you come in and all that jazz. Alright. And I don't know why this crap keeps resetting. I mean, honestly, it's ridiculous why this thing always resets the screen. Of course, it has something to do with, you know, OBS. You think OBS would figure it out by now. But yeah, now we're getting into the main attraction. But something sounds off. Alright. Everything looks good? Okay, I know there's going to be maintenance that day. So yeah, let's get back into actually hauling some big crap. As it should be done. There is going to be scuff. Do be noted. and all that sort of jive. Alright. Now we're getting somewhere. Before I actually get started. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part. Go down the highway or go up here. However, I would say take this route over by the factory. That's probably going to be our best bet. Also leads us right back over near the gas station. So I guess we're just going to have to swing down, come back through here, double up. I know there's a spot we can cross at. We'll probably have to cross right through here. Cross right here. And here again. And then I'll put a little marker right up there. This is probably going to be the funnest crap you've ever seen in your life. But first things first, I'm going to get this thing nice and situated. You gotta do a 3-point turn to get this out. And still, I don't know why it's not hooking up to the actual truck. You know, this thing does work very good with the wheel, but if you want the actual joystick to work, well, I mean, you could do the Logitech Sim stuff, you know, their big side panel, which I kind of want to get just to compare it to the Thrustmaster Farm Stick, which is what I got. Woo! There she goes. She's a running, baby. We got the big dog running. Now we about to have a little off-road train. Look at it. It's a train on wheels. The Blue Dragon, which is what I'm calling it. I'll have to come down there and do that some other time. But I'm probably going to use the big Kenworth up. I forgot that route's closed. I don't know if you can actually, you know, repair that road or not. Here comes the fun part. Now we're about to really send it. But given how some of these roads are, well, I figured, you know, why not use, you know, this stuff. Yep, here it goes. Here we go. She's up on 2 wheels. Not exactly a good idea, but I got no other choice. Whew. Okay, so I ended up rolling it. Alright, can this be fixed? Come on, tip it back over. Okay, so I might have overshot the actual... Okay, it's still running. I can fix this. If I can actually find an actual winch point. That's it, that's it, that's it. See? I got it fixed. I got it big time fixed. Sometimes you just gotta be careful. Yeah, this is gonna be the rather fun part, is getting this thing to and fro, but if it gets too hairy, I'll go grab the big Kenworth that I got in storage. Whoop, up, 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 up. Yeah, this thing's going to be rather fun to get out. Get to and from and get out this mug. That's it. Come on. Come on. Come on. This is going to be the fun part, getting this truck to and from places. But if I can get it up and over to certain points, I'll be doing good. But I'm going to go ahead and swing it up this way, get it a little wide run up. Put her in low, put her in low. I'm just going to go ahead and leave her down and low, and then I'm going to turn her this way. Only reason why I'm taking that particular route is because it's going to put me right out towards the actual bank itself. Well, of course, I might have to change it because, hey, you know, sometimes it just be like that. Which I'm trying to remember. The east side. Okay, it's going to be on the east side of the dam. Okay, hold that thought. Sometimes you just got to take a big-ass monstrosity through very narrow roads. But you know what? Hold that thought. I'm going to stop the truck right quick. Let's check out the global map just to make sure. Okay, the east side of the dam. Okay, that will take us... Yeah, this should take us to a right good spot, but, you know, we're going to have to cross somewhere. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part because, A, they don't let you complete this part. But there's a big but. But if I take it around the long route through all of this... Alright, there should be a route that allows me to take it all up through here. No, it's not going to take me. No, that's going to be the west side. I need to get to the east. And there's no way to cross over from back in here. And that's just kind of all fucked up. But... Okay, so if I could somehow manage to swing it through here, come around this way, and then just somehow manage to ease it around this particular path. Well, I can't get up that because, hey, that's all blocked off. This is going to be absolutely fun. An absolute blast. But that reminds me. Okay, that's the South Bridge. That's all in Solace Bay. Yeah, notice how all this crap is out in Solace Bay. But you got to do all this stuff first. And then a cabin we can always just go back for. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part, is getting that damn thing to here and back over here. So I guess we'll just have to go all the way back over this way. Alright, this is going to be the fun part. We just got to get to the gas station and we'll be set. Sometimes you got to consult the map, but getting this big mamma jamma back off over in there is going to be fun. Plus that, you really can't do any other work. I figure get this done, then we'll do some other crap. You know, when some people chime in, I'll start doing all kinds of conspiracy talks, or so to say. I'm gonna go ahead and get this big dragon over here swinging wide. Even though technically this isn't the Dragon Wagon, you know, that's a different vehicle IRL. I just don't remember the name of it. Lower yourself back down, please. My lucky dream catcher. But of course, I'm going to be doing some other stuff too. Now we're cooking. But of course, we'll definitely have to take this through. Well, it shouldn't be too bad from here on out. This thing does drink all kinds of fluid: petrol, gas, diesel, whatever it is you call it. Oh, by the way, if you want to see me do a ETS, then please do comment. You know, I have thought about that. Like, hey, let's do ETS. I have thought about doing Euro Truck Simulator 2. Some people have brought that up. Yet there's some people talk about, well, why don't they just do a number 2 or a number 3? That'd make no sense. Plus that, given how that game runs, and they're always updating it, hey, keep it going. But of course what I could see them doing is reusing a lot of the old assets from 2 and just, you know, running them through a different engine. Look at that long boy. That's a long-ass train. That's what we're doing. We're just running this thing for so long. But of course what I have thought about doing was revamping the off-road review to something better, like to how it was supposed to be. Which I can't actually do that. Easier said than done. Just something a little bit more challenging. Alright. Then I probably won't change. I probably won't use this. I'll probably use all the gasoline stuff whenever I get to, well, the rest of my fuel up whenever I actually get over there. Use up as most of it as I can, and then just use the rest of it when it runs out. You know, they should definitely add some of this type of stuff in ATS. This, bigger stuff. I would just say more diverse, bigger cargoes is what I should say. And this should be a straight shot to where we need to go. Of course, I still got to get rid of some of that other stock footage, too. That's going to be the fun part, is getting rid of that. Oh, also, any new content creators out there that's just now starting live streaming, if you got the YouTube Studio stuff open, ignore it, especially the video stuff, because most of the time it doesn't function right. If you really want to know if it's functioning right, have a phone or another monitor ready. Because sometimes I'll pull the stream up on my phone and it's like, what it's showing me in Studio, it's like, oh, it's acting weird on Studio, but if I play it through my phone, it's A-OK. So, yeah. Don't know how long I'll stream for. I'll probably stream for quite a while, considering it is SnowRunner, and SnowRunner takes quite a while to do. Now it's going to be the fun part, is actually seeing how well this works out. Because you are going to have to take this through some gnarly places. Because it's like, oh, well, we can't repair the bridges as of yet. And it's like, just let me repair the bridges first. But some of it's all blocked in by missions within missions. But, you know, that's how I normally do a map. But, you know, that's how I do most maps. I try to get all the landslides and everything else knocked out of the way. Any type of landslides, you know, bridges being out, I try to knock those out the way first. But who knows, I might go try to complete parts of Michigan and get that knocked out of the way. You know, I still have yet to finish Michigan or Alaska. So, yeah. But who knows, I might jump over into the Yukon or other places, because, you know, that's just the type of SnowRunner player I am. I tend to jump over into certain areas, do some of that, jump to another map, do some of that. You know, I remember someone asked me what I thought about MudRunner. You know, MudRunner's alright, but, you know, I'm not a huge fan of it. SnowRunner, I'm a bigger fan of because you can do a lot more with it. You know, I played MudRunner. I mean, it was alright, but, you know, I wasn't crazy about it. But, you know, it's like any other game. You know, people complain about one game and say this one was better. But I could say, yeah, here's where this game does better than that game. You know, it's like people with Grand Theft Auto 5 versus Grand Theft Auto 4. I've played both. Do I like one over the other? No. Because I could point out some main issues with 4. One, the map being too small because, A, it was originally supposed to be Liberty State. But I want to say there's mods out there that does bring it back to the original point of what it was supposed to look like. But, you know, GTA 4 was also rushed. That's the funny part people tend to forget. GTA 4 was rushed. And you know there's going to be somebody off in the comments watching this back on the replay going, nah-uh. You know good hella well it was rushed. See, GTA 4 was rushed, and that created quite a controversy. And, you know, people back then were screaming, San Andreas was better than 4. I've seen the videos of it. You know, there was forum posts about it. Oh, GTA San Andreas is better than 4. And I'm like, and, you know, as soon as 5 hit, and then, you know, there was all that shit surrounding, you know, the heist being released back in 2015, 2016. And even I was just kind of like, what the fuck? You know, there was people all kinds of pissed off over that. People crashing out over heist, you know, basically selling off. This was back when it was still console only, long before PC ever hit the scene. And the whole time, I'm just kind of like, what the fuck? Y'all are really out here crashing out because a certain update hasn't came out yet. And this was back when Rockstar was releasing monthly updates. You know, small shit, but still, something's better than nothing. And then everybody was screaming I was a GTA 5 fanboy, but it's like, no, I'm just pointing out the obvious. Most of y'all are sitting here demanding a multi-million-dollar company to do X, Y, and Z for you, and in all honesty, they don't have to do that. They can pull the plug at any given moment and say, fuck you. Which I find funny as hell. People crashing out over GTA 6, and it's like, you are really out here crashing out over a game. That is first world problems. And you're going to sit here and lose your shit because a game's not out yet. But I mean, you know, people crashed out over Call of Duty back in the day too. Oh, especially when Ghost came out. Oh my god, Ghost was abysmal. And now you got people this day and age screaming Ghost is better than all the new shit. Ghost was terrible. I actually played COD Ghost when it came out, and I'm like, this is stupid. And that was back when they were going so far futuristic it wasn't even funny. You know, Battlefield learned from that mistake, and they went back. But it's like, hey, can we get one set in Korea or Vietnam again? That would actually be fun. But, you know, there is Hell Let Loose, which they're going to Vietnam in the next one. So, still, it's all kinds of hilarious shit to me. Wolves. Damn wolves. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part, is actually sliding this bitch around. But if I can get it over here and try to swim it across, I'll be doing good. Then there should be some winch points. I can just swing that trailer around too. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part, is getting it to and from. You know, I could go over here, but that would be a pain in the ass. But I know that's where I left that trailer off, which I can always swing back around, come back through here, deliver the trailer over here. But I am doing this in the morning because, A, fuck driving that thing at night. I want to be able to see. But yeah, to me it's just ridiculous, all this crashing out over video games. I mean, it's like, it's not the end of the world because the game doesn't come out. I mean, it would be like, you know, plus that people were complaining for the longest time about, you know, the Dakotas being added into American Truck Simulator. And even then, I was just kind of like, well, it will get here when it gets here. You know, I can understand them doing it the way they did, where they were going to go, you know, west to east. You know, I understand that completely. I understand that completely, why they did that, because A, it's easy. So, we know Louisiana will probably come out sometime in December. And then I do see South Dakota being released next. And then it will probably be North Dakota afterwards. But, you know, now since they don't have all those dev teams, you know, dispersed out so far. Which, you know, that's the one thing about it with the people that make ATS and Euro Truck Sim 2, is that those teams are usually spread out so far, but now that they're starting to loosen off with some of the other big name stuff, the big projects they were doing, they can start focusing on other stuff too. But, you know, to me, it's also the sense of entitlement people have. I demand this multi-billion-dollar video game company do X, Y, and Z for me. I want them to release this now because I'm impatient. I'm such a little bastard. My parents gave me everything I wanted. Really? You know, some of y'all could learn patience. That's what a lot of y'all could learn, is some patience. But you gotta demand a company do X, Y, and Z for you. Well, it's like this. They can legitimately say, fuck all of us, and say, y'all ain't getting this game. Pull the plug on it. You ain't getting no more of it. It'd be shitty, but it's like, hey, that's what you did. But that's like the that's like the few indie developers that they developed this one game for so long that when they released it, they put a $20 price tag on it and said, here you go. And I know the game because I see a lot of VTubers play it. Which, that's the funny thing too. I never thought I'd be, you know, friends with VTubers. You know, I'm friends with some of them. Not a lot, but some. But to me, that's kind of shocking, the whole big entitlement behind, well, I want this game to be released because I'm so hyped for it. Yeah, watch it be the biggest disappointment ever. Because it's like this. With GTA 6, the only thing I really care about is the car physics going to be good? And two, is it going to have the editor upon release? You know, I play on PC. I don't care about waiting. You know, Rockstar could do the whole, could do a complete 180 and release PC the same day as console. But it's like this, I'm not buying console given how ridiculous a lot of them have gotten. So that's the one thing I'm going to say. If you expect me to pay $500 for a garbage tier console, you know, just to play this game on, well, forget it. Of course, I have heard Steam releasing a console too, so, you know, here's the luck for it, but I have heard it runs on a Linux system. Now, mind you, I have no beef with operating systems. I have used everything from Linux, Apple, and I've also used Linux. Does it matter to me? No. Whoa, 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 holy shit. There she goes. There she goes. She glitched out. She glitched. Well, there it goes. Well, I guess we're going to have to go get the big dog. Well, this type of stuff happens. Guaranteed it was going to happen. I didn't think it was. And some of y'all are asking, what's the big dog? You're about to find out. Let's see. You know, I would use this, but... You know... I could always go get this and bring it back. Or just add the maintenance add-on to this. Repair points, fuel tank. Alright, we'll add this to it. I'm not sure what these wires do, but forget it. Alright. You know, if this don't work, I'll go grab this big bastard. I'm trying to think what all this one has on it. Yeah, this thing barely has anything on it. I'll grab this one. Yeah, this was bound to happen. Mistakes happen. You know, I honestly like this type of stuff. This Caterpillar type stuff deals right here. So to anybody just now chiming in, I made a slight mistake. I made a very big mistake. So now I gotta take this big bastard, the big cat, and go haul something out the dang ditch. Yeah, the truck glitched out and I went right in the river. This is gonna make for some interesting stuff upon release. Plus, that one thing I actually like about this thing is that this thing just roves over everything. But yeah, I was kind of talking about people going on tirades and this sense of entitlement when it comes down to games being released and crashing out over them, or, you know, stuff getting delayed. And at that point, I'm just like, y'all need to touch grass. And better yet, forget touching the grass. You need to go outside and roll around in the grass. Get yourself some of that vitamin D sunshiny goodness. That's what some of y'all need. Y'all need that sunshine vitamin D goodness. Roll around in the grass. Bask in it. Bask in the sunshine. But when you point that out, some people get offended. How dare you tell me to touch grass? You're an outdoorsist. You hate people that are introverts. And then at that point, I'm like, you need to stay off the internet. Turn your phone off. Here we go again. And of course this crap wants to get stuck. And of course it wants to glitch out. It glitched. Good thing I'm not playing on hard mode. That's the one thing about it. Even though there's glitches and bugs in this game, it's still fun to play. But you know, to me, that's what makes this game ultimately fun. But of course it is interesting, them adding all this new stuff to Caterpillar. But yeah, back to the topic at hand. People crashing out over video games, and at that point I'm like, you need to find something else to do. But then again, back in the day, if you said you like video games, you know, you were guaranteed to get into fights over that. Same with liking stuff like anime and card games, you know, like, I'm talking about card games like, you know, Magic the Gathering. You know, Dungeons and Dragons. You know, Dungeons and Dragons, that's its own thing. That's not even a card game. That's tabletop stuff. But back in the day, if you even so much as said you like that stuff, people were going to skin you alive over that. And you were going to have to fight people. Kingy Turtle, but I'm not doing a drive-by in a Caterpillar. Eternal, how the fuck am I supposed to do a drive-by in this big-ass thing? You'll hear it coming down the street, and it ain't going to get away fast enough. I mean, this thing's not a Hellcat. And plus that, to anybody watching this back on the replay, yes, that is Eternal being foolish as normal. Real dipstick behavior. His esoteric babblings, which he hasn't gotten into yet. The esoteric ramblings of Eternal. Trust me, you want to see some of his ultimate ramblings of that, you should go watch the Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb game that I played. It's like, how did that work out? Oh, Eternal went on a rampage, and he was talking about esoteric nonsense. As normal. You know, one minute he's sitting there talking about ivory hunters being his people, and then the next minute he's talking about wanting ivory tusk for conversation pieces. But then he dips out at the last part, and it's like, dang, Eternal, you should have stuck around. You're from Florida. You could have come tame this massive crocodile, this massive caiman that was swimming around in that pool in the bottom floor, which I'm like, who in the hell did that? Heavy caliber machine gun in the co-pilot seat. Eternal. Where in the hell am I going to put Eternal? There's no... Okay, never mind. There is a little seat. What am I supposed to do? Mount a 50 caliber machine gun out of a P-51 Mustang? Even then, that's going to be... even then, I want to know how the fuck you'd accomplish that, sticking it in this thing. I mean, this ain't Mad Max. That's going to be a fun thing to accomplish. Which I want to know how the hell you accomplish that. Like, where the hell am I going to put a gun in this? Okay, I see one little co-pilot seat. What am I supposed to do? Mount a 50 cal or some other... Or whatever it was they used in the Mustangs back in the day. And by the Mustangs, I'm talking about the P-51 Mustangs they used in World War II. Which happens to be one of my favorite World War II airplanes. You know, such as it is. But yeah. So that's always going to be the fun part. Eternal, how am I going to accomplish that? Do you care to explain how in the hell I'm going to accomplish that? Good thing this thing has all-wheel drive. And plus that this thing is an absolute monster at off-roading. Of course, who knows, I might throw a saddle on it and try to haul it places. I gotta go get my dang truck out the fucking river. What happened? Let's just say it got hung on something and it glitched. One thing about it, this thing will absolutely get through the mud like it's nobody's business. There is another one I do have, but that's more for heavier shit. But something tells me they're going to do another... Well, I want to say Season 17. Well, at this point, I already know Season 17 is going to have... Oh, nope, put it back. Put it back in low. Oh, also, do like the stream when you're coming in here. Mario might know somebody. Well, yeah, Mario might know somebody. What am I supposed to do? Fly him out from Britain? Fly him out from jolly old England? Now she's cooking. One thing about it, this thing's got a nice inside. You know, it's detailed. You know, I'm not expecting ridiculous amounts of details. But still, what would be a cool thing to see is if, you know, there it is. It's over there. You can see it. You'll see what I mean in a moment. It's upside down in the river, and it's like, how the hell did you accomplish that? I was not responsible for that. The game did it. It glitched and said, fuck it. And do ignore anything that is happening on stream. Stuff normally happens here. As I am taking out trees. Eternal. What do you mean by rob? We're not robbing anybody. This isn't Grand Theft Auto, alright? We're working honest. This is an honest day's work. There it is. Here comes the fun part of getting it out. And I rolled this truck too. Okay, so I might have to go get the other truck. This type of stuff happens, I'll roll it. Yeah, this one's going to be the fun part to actually get. But this one also travels a hell of a lot faster. It's probably what I should have done from the get-go. But yeah, as I was talking about earlier, yeah, an actual C500, which is a Kenworth, you know, they actually did make a twin steer of those, which, you know, sadly enough, you know, they only added in just like the normal one. But it's like, actually give us one that's an actual twin steer. I mean, sure, we got the big one, that's, you know, the big Western Star, but it's like, I want that one. And this big mammoth can absolutely do whatever I need it to do. So the fun part is going to be pulling this thing out of the river. This one also has a nice inside as well. King of the oil fields, as they called it. You can hear it from the inside, too. Sounds badass. I mean, listen to it. Sounds like it's got the Jake brake on. That's what it sounds like. This one actually goes a little bit faster, but whenever I get over there, I'll probably put this game on pause and take a little break and go grab some water. Grab something else. Bathroom break and water. Eternal, we cannot do a classic stick up in a truck that big. You know that. Now let's try this again. Let's try this again. Eternal, I've eaten Korean food before. I've eaten Japanese, I've eaten Korean, I've eaten Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese, yes, I've eaten all those types of foods. Here we go. Well, technically, I don't need to cut the diff lock on because the diff lock is already on. One thing I also like about this truck, not only is it a massive monster, but good God, it's probably one of the best big trucks in the game. Also, something else I'll point out. Let's see. Eternal, you cannot eat a propane tank. That's just asinine. This should be easy to pull out. They're not innovative, they're just asinine. Innovative my ass. Eternal, your ideas can be asinine at times. But occasionally you do come up with a good idea here and there. Gotta pull out the old rescue squad. Come on, that's it, that's it. I'm gonna get this truck out of here one way or another. No. No, let's not eat snowshoes. Plus that, I don't think Mario would appreciate that. That's it. That's it. This is going to be the fun part, is trying to pull this thing out. As long as it gets its head above water, I can pull it. That's it. But he could say Eternal, no. There it is, there it is, there it is. It's budging, it's budging. Come on, that's it, that's it. She's coming out the water. This is going to be the fun part, getting this thing out the water. Oh yeah, there it goes. There she goes. Come on, you can climb out of that. Come on, push it. This is where you wish you had a friend to also... Two friends where you could, you know, pull this big mamma jamma out. Both of y'all pull it at the same time. I made some progress. Just drink the water. I am drinking the water. I got my own water. If you're talking about drinking this river water, that ain't happening. I don't know where it's been. I'm just going to go ahead and get it out. Get it more up this creek a little bit. And there it goes. You know, I just thought about something. I'm just going to leave that there for the moment. This one I'll just have to recover. That's not how we get rid of floodwater naturally. Eternal, you giblet head. Here we go again. Alright, now let's see if I can actually get this dang thing moved now. I don't have any simps. Well, actually, technically I do, and they're all autistic goth book girls and middle-aged housewives. Strange enough. There it is. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Another fine SnowRunner production. Okay, this is definitely one of those, You know what, I already got it this far. If I can get it out right here into this flat. Well, I already know what I'm going to have to do. I don't like it, but I'm going to have to do this. Sometimes you just got to do this type of crap. I was not expecting this to happen, but hey, you get to see live buffoonery take place. All right. You know, they could have added more to that, but you know, still. Right on King. Okay, I'm not sure where to find that. I might as well be cheap. My good luck charm, which Eternal's going to trip out. Hey, behold, there's something for you, Eternal. Let's see if I can find something else. You know what? Actually, I'm going to keep that. That's the one I'm going to keep. Not bad. You know, that's Autobots and Decepticons. I don't see any pigs on here, but unlit it. Eternal, how am I supposed to get in charge of somebody that's in that sort of thing? I don't want to do that. Alright, now I can go. I'm going to use this one because I know I can turn this one on a dime better. Technically, I got 2 caterpillars. Now it's beautiful. Behold, the dream catcher. Hang on. In your propaganda. Well, Eternal, there are Russian maps in this game. I mean, I was playing some not too long back. I mean, in, you know, video format. So, yeah, I was playing a few Russian maps a while back. I got another Russian map ready to go, but I want to get more stuff done with this first. So this is going to be the fun part, is actually getting this damn trailer to and from. course, at this point, it's like they need to make some of the Pacific trucks four-wheel, all-wheel drive. I got this big mamma jamma ready and running. But yeah, there's quite a few of the big Pacific trucks that I do like. That it's like, come on, man, just go ahead and make them all-wheel drive. I want to use those more. Well, I know I'm going under 20 miles an hour. You know, they could add some more DLC paint jobs. I would like to see that. Here we go. This is going to be one of the most difficult jobs I have done yet. And of course it doesn't want to do that. That's going to be the fun part, is turning this thing around, which can be easily said and done. Now that I got it hooked up. Nice and easy. You know, this might have been the best option the entire time. Once I get it out through here, I know I can swing it back around. This thing's actually pulling. Alright, so we finally got the easiest way out of it. Using the big old cat. I was using the Everon A15, which that ended in a disaster. That was a bad idea. Behold, another bad idea. Here we go again. Well, I'll play with this in a moment, but I am taking my break now. So I'll be back in a moment to enjoy the music by NachoCast. And here we go.
Come on down to Grocery Mart. Prices high straight from the start. Grab a cart, let's take a ride. Empty wallet, pockets wide. Milk and eggs, they cost a ton. Getting deals here is no fun. High price tags all around, yet our quality's renowned.
Come on down to Grocery Mart. We don't make the prices. We just think 'em up and write 'em down.
Pay a lot for fruits and bread. Watch your budget turn to dread. Highest prices near and far, only found at Grocery Mart.
Country hits 98.6 KUNTFM Creek.
Oh, these dusty trails, they don't end. Long journey, worn, can't pretend. Destination unknown, but we ride. This life's a road with no guide. Dust on my boots, black sky above. Road stretches far, no time for love. Grit in my teeth, eyes heavy with blur. One more mile, can't remember who we were. Whispering winds, endless desert night. Lost souls wander searching for the light. Smoke curls up, dreams and old scars. Driving through the darkness, chasing distant stars. Oh, these dusty trails, they don't end. Long journey, worn, can't pretend. Destination unknown, but we ride. This life's a road with no guide. Broken signs, shattered glass on the ground. Ghost towns echo every painful sound. Memories fade like shadows past. Living for moments never meant to last. Rivers dry, mountains tall. Echoes of freedom, but hear the call. Silent cries in the midnight rain. Burning tires easing my pain. Shuffle of feet, tired bones scream. Chasing the ghosts of an old dream. Horizons fire, a quest untold. Stories in the night, highways bold. Oh, these dusty trails, they don't end. Long journey, worn, can't pretend. Destination unknown, but we ride. Driving through good, driving through the darkness, chasing distant stars. Distant stars. Distant stars.
Dusty road leading to an old man's land. A rusty plow laying where the world began. Father's ghost haunting every acre wide. Left me here when he took his final ride. Fields of gold, but my heart feels black. Every crow's cry sending shivers back. The echoes of my dad in the wind's loud moan. In these empty halls I feel so damn alone. Old man's land and a heavy heart, trying to keep this dream from falling apart. Sweat and blood and tears in the sunburned dirt, bending beneath the weight of all this hurt. Sunset shadows long across the field, burden carried high like a wounded shield. Whispers of a promise in this fertile ground, but I can't silence my father's ghostly sound. Hope is hard when you're drinking sorrow dry. Every drop reminds me of that final goodbye. The rustle of the leaves like a mournful hymn. Can't tell if I'm losing or learning to begin. Old man's land and a heavy heart, trying to keep this dream from falling apart. Sweat and blood and tears in the sunburned dirt, bending beneath the weight of all this hurt. Saturday night loud jukebox wailing, neon signs flicker in this hole, scratching out a living. Boots on the floor.
Whoops, my mistake. Forgot to cut my mic on. Got my water, had an apple as a snack, because I do not eat after 6 p.m. unless I'm doing something else. But yeah, streaming all week because A, I am not going to be here Thanksgiving week, so I want to leave off some stuff. And then whenever Thanksgiving week does pop off, you know, plus that I do upload daily. So you're not left without any content, and yet some people tend to complain about that. It's like, oh, but, you know, something or another. And it's like, yeah, look, I've been making the off-road review for quite some time. So yeah, I'm actually going to try to get it done. Just so that way I can also get it ready for, you know, well, I have thought about revamping the off-road review trail. Because originally I was going to start remaking the off-road reviews with a better course. Which is what I should do. That's what I should do, is just go ahead and start doing it, and then, you know, just run whatever vehicle I want through it. Because it got to the point I was already doing that because everything had gotten so expensive. So I was originally going to do that. This has proven to be very challenging. Proven to be super challenging. But plus that, while I'm probably out, I'll probably start redoing a bunch of stuff. Because, like, after I get done streaming, I will probably jump over into Grand Theft Auto and, you know, do some stuff with that. And it's like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, I mean, you know, do other stuff. So, yeah, I'll probably get some other thumbnail pieces. You know, well, I should say scene stuff, you know, for doing all the other crap. Because, like, instead of using the Gonzo Grunge stuff for the Rip RedCorn streams, I'll probably just go shoot some stuff with that. Because I'll probably be doing some, you know, Rip RedCorn finally reveals his face. Now, it'll probably be for the Thanksgiving ASMR. So there is that. Bunch of stuff I need to do. Alright, now that I've formulated a plan, let's execute it. But I will say this, I will put up a poll around Thanksgiving week where I will say, do you want to see me stream around 4 o'clock? If that's the case, I have no issues doing it. Because originally I was planning on starting streaming. Well, I was going to do the birthday stream around 4 o'clock. But, you know, such as it is. I was going to do the birthday stream around 4 o'clock, but, you know. But yeah, it went for 6 hours, and I thought my PS2 was going to blow up. Which, by the way, I used the Slim model because, A, it's got a bigger processing unit. My other one, which that one was a piece of shit. That one was some refurbished garbage. That one was not backwards compatible for all the PS1 stuff, but every time I tried to record PS1 shit, it just wouldn't work out. But I am going to be doing some Dukes of Hazzard games yet again, this time in long-form format. But, you know, except for Return to the General Lee, that one I intend on doing live. Because, hey, why not? But the other two, nah, I'm going to do those in one foul run. You know, now that I know I can upload longer videos, because used to I could not upload videos that long. Hell, I couldn't even upload videos that were over 30 minutes back in the day unless I went into town and, you know, went to my mom's job, which, you know, my mom's a school teacher. Yeah, my mom teaches junior highs, you know, 7th and 8th grade. That's what she teaches. But, you know, their schools have faster internet. You know, this was way back in the day. And that was also kind of why I wanted a job in, like, an apartment in town, was so that way I could, you know, have faster internet. But there was also parts of the county that we lived in where the internet was already faster than, you know, what was being said. Now let's try to roll this back over yet again. I already know there's lurkers in the stream, but, you know, whatever. Sometimes you just gotta do this. And if we pull it, give enough momentum, that was almost it. Whoop! Oh, back it up, back it up. Oh, now don't tell me this thing's stuck. It's stuck. I think it glitched. Yeah, it glitched. Was not expecting that to happen. Please move to Solus Bay to restart. Alright. Well, that was bound to happen. It glitched. The damn load glitched. Okay then. This I can actually do. 3 concrete slabs. That means... concrete slabs along. Yep, this is going to be a fun one. That means, hey, you also have to go take all kinds of crap. This is going to be rather difficult. Well, looks like we got to do another one. Only problem is, I don't have any other way to do shit. Wait a minute. I know there's medium planks at this damn sawmill. So... guess we'll be doing this one. And I'll be taking this big mamma jamma. Yeah, there's like, what, one service part? You know, I can grab the service part plus a medium plank. So I guess we'll go here first. I will say this vehicle is very unforgiving. But if I can go back to Solus Bay, I'll have to restart it. That it's basically at this point, if I can get most of this other crap done, then I can start building the roads back. Because if that's the case, then that means I don't have to take some fucked up ass off-road trail just to get the thing running. Of course, I know multiple ways to get to that point. Gotta get all the bridges done first. You know, I would take that, but no. I'm going to have to swing around this way, go through. Yeah, this is going to be the fun part, is swinging this big man pajama back around. But if I can get one service part and one plank, I'll be doing good. And then I'll just go grab another service part plus them, and, you know, vice versa. Or who knows, they might have another one in store. Or who knows, they might have 2 service parts over there and 2... Well, 2 and 2. No, that would be ridiculous. Well, I almost took out a tree. No, that's the long way around. I'm not doing that. This one, I will say, do watch it. Thank God for trees and winch points. Yep, and there it goes. I rolled another damn truck. Guess at this point I'm using this damn thing. So far I have rolled 3 trucks twice. Which that reminds me. It does have medium planks. Okay, it's got 2 medium planks, 3 slabs. Alright, I can do this. Here we go again. This pain in the ass of trying to get crap accomplished. And so far, all I've done was rolled 3 trucks. And apparently I got a trailer glitched out, so I got to go restart that. But, first things first, get all these other pieces done. It's like, can we get all the roads fixed first? Well, yeah, let's just try to get most of the roads fixed before I decide to end stream. When all else fails, pull out the Kenworth. That's just something. Hey, when all else fails, pull out the Kenworth. I know there's a couple of people lurking. Hi, how you doing? So far, you have heard me rolled a truck. Well, actually, I rolled 2 trucks and a Caterpillar. And I'm like, how the hell you roll a Caterpillar? And then I think, oh, wait a minute. It's me. I'm going to roll anything. Give it enough time and I'll Roscoe P. Coltrane it. Well, technically, that first truck, that one rolled by pure accident. That was a glitch, which I got proof of that. So now at this point, it's like, you know, that's the other thing about about SnowRunner that will make you think. It's like, okay, what can I do to fix the roads so I don't have to take some old fucked up ass off-road trail? Because there's some of these lows that it becomes pure insanity to try to take it across. So, what do? Simple. You go find something else. Such as what I'm doing right now, which this one should probably, if I think I'm doing it correctly, that logging base, which if I can get that completed, I want to say it will give us long logs, which I need those to actually go make some planks, well, some long planks. Coming up on a turn, we're about to take a little walk in the woods. Hold on the ass, everybody. We're taking the sketchy path down. Took out a tree. That was bound to happen. Of course, so I got the wrong truck bed on it. Alright, so I got the service spare parts on it. Here I thought it was going to be something different. Now comes the other part. Which route do I take from here? I guess the smart... Well, that'd be the more treacherous way, but the smart way would be to, that wouldn't be smart either. I guess it'd be to cut to the left. I could try going back up the right way, but that'd be treacherous and time consuming. Of course, I should have brought out the Rexmobile for this. Which is what I should have done, was brought that truck out to begin with. But then again, there's some maps that you're going to need some of these bigger vehicles on because it can traverse the mud easier. Some Durango. Had to bother the scout troop right quick. Now this looks sketchy, but time consuming. But it works. Wolf Rock. I mean, there is another rock up here that it looks like an eagle, but that's way back over there towards the sawmill. Which luckily I don't have to go back over there. As long as this Kenworth doesn't decide to be a couillon tonight, I'll be doing good. Or to there. Either one works. Yeah, some of y'all didn't. When I said I could speak different languages, some of y'all don't believe it. You know, that's also kind of the other thing of why you should learn different languages. Because, like, I speak several different languages. Which, you know, I find it funny when people tell me to, whenever I tell people, you know, English ain't my first language, they're like, what do you mean it's not your first language? It's like, you know, other languages were here before English. You know, such as one, I do make it clear that I'm from a native tribe. Ooh, caves. Hopefully there ain't no Bigfoots in them. But, you know, still, some people complain about it, you know, especially if I speak a different language in public. And it's like, yeah, my people's language have been here longer than English has. So is Cajun French, which is the other language, is one of the languages that I speak. But I'm not going to go into details about that because that will attract all kinds of weirdos. And that's the one thing about it. Like, even the rules set that I have, it's like I just don't discuss certain stuff because, A, that attracts weirdos. And for some reason, when YouTube hears that type of talk, you know, things like that happen. But, oh well. Time for me to grab the old Rexmobile. There it is. Which I can always sneak around the other way. I knew this was going to happen. But it's like, hey, let's go get the Rexmobile and try to haul it out. But wait a minute. Theoretically, you know, I'm gonna check something right quick. Because I know some of these abandoned houses actually have medium planks. There's one right there. So that means I don't have to go get another trailer. So I guess that's kind of a plus, is that A, I don't have to go get another trailer. I can just haul this crap back and forth on. Now when I get ready to do the actual vehicle spare parts, I'll go grab the big truck. I'll go grab the Kenworth and go do that. You know, I should have done this from the get-go. Use the Rexmobile, because A, it is that small. And plus that, the reason why I like using this truck is because A, it's an all-around good truck. I mean, you can do stuff like this, but it's also one hellacious scout vehicle. Look at that old school wood paneling. And people ask, why do you call it the Rexmobile? Because it honestly looks like something that this other creator that I know, his name's Wranglersaurus Rex. It honestly looks like something he would drive. You know, he's a cool dude, another guy out of Canada. Which that's kind of funny because, hey, my following also consists of Canadians. Do I have beef with Canadians? No. But it's like usually when I hear somebody, you know, especially when it comes down to some of these weird topics get discussed online, especially like they're arguing with a Canadian, that's usually somebody from like the big cities. When I say I got Canadians following me, I'm talking about the ones that they live like way out in Alberta somewhere. Out in the middle of Ontario. You know, or the Maritime Islands, you know, such as LWD Crazy Man, because he's from Prince Edward Island. Oh shit. Come on, roll back over, roll back over. And that's what happens when you whip it too hard. But you know what? I am going to go on ahead and flip. I'm going to go ahead and have this one flip back over. I'm going to go ahead and pull this one out, but I am flipping it back to morning because I'm not doing this crap at night. Go ahead and pull this one back out just so that way I can have it ready to go when I go pick up the service parts. Well, this vehicle spare parts, I'll go get those because that's over in Solace Bay. But I can also restart that one mission from over there. It's like so far tonight I've been flipping vehicles left and right. But at this point, I'm like, let's get these roads built first. Then we'll worry about everything else. Well, that one's just not going to be built, period. I don't think it would ever be built. Road wash. I was hoping it'd roll back over, but I guess not. There it is. Now I'll get this big man pajama turned around. You know, I have thought about doing a profile for modded stuff. Alright, it should be right up here. There it is. Thank God I didn't decide to go that way. That's it. And she's out. We got her moving. And the Rexmobile saves the day once again. The Rexmobile saves the stream. That's it. Get through there. Come on. Yeah, mule. Yeah. Get up there, you heifer. The only reason why I got that truck set out is because, A, if anything happens, I can always jump back to it. You know, I should also get that, thing up, too. Time to get some water. That cool, refreshing drink. Yeah. That one I gotta do next, just so that way I'm not hauling crap to and from. That needs to be fixed. That could also be fixed too. Oh well. Definitely need to clean that up sometime. Probably on another stream. I am a trained professional, do not attempt. Okay, I just now realized that. Yeah, somebody will join in eventually. And that's perfect. Now we'll just take this over here and then I'll go back to where I need to be. Up, 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 up. Watch it. You know, I could always restore. Well, I would say go back. Well, back down we go, the way we came. I want to know what's down there that's causing my truck to take damage. Ooh, goodness gracious. Sometimes it's just easier to do this. Recover it, go back, collect the planks, and skedaddle. around the way. Here we go. And there we go again. Come on, get unstuck. No, why it doesn't want to climb up, I'll never know. There it is. There it is. Not exactly a smart idea, but oh well. There it is. Oh well. If I can get back to the road, I can get to Kenworth. That is strange. There it is. There it is. There it is. But since it's already at the top of the hour, I'm going to go take a break once I get back out into the road and repair this truck. Oh well. But other than that, here's the break, and enjoy the music.
Saturday night loud jukebox wailing, neon signs flickering, this hole scratching out a living. Boots on the floor, dust rising like smoke. Bartender's my therapist, pouring hope. Wood creaks under last call confessions. Bar stools groan under weight of lost love sessions. Old friends and shadows keep dreaming in the haze. Liquid courage pushing us through the maze. My favorite bar where the wild ones shout. Heartaches drown, truth gets poured out. Laughter echoes the place we call home. In this tavern of broken dreams where we roam, where we roam. Pool table edge and silent wagers bet. In the corner, two hearts unmet. Beer mugs, clinging eyes, holding, fighting the fall. Salvation found in four walls of nightfall. My favorite bar where the wild ones shout. Heartaches drown, truth gets poured out. Laughter echoes the place we call home. In this tavern of broken dreams where we roam, where we roam. Creaky door swinging in the wind. faces, old souls dive in. Stories spin with every pour and every night. We chase down moments till the first light.
We were young, wild and free. Laughter made the days fly by. Now it's
all right,
just
I'm back.
a memory.
Give me a moment.
Feels like I could cry.
Go back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am back officially. Go ahead and get back into the game. You heard that? That was my wheel clicking. Oh well. I got a busted up wheel, but I'm gonna limp it there. Then I'm gonna come back and get all the service parts and then continue forward. I figured I might as well get something accomplished. Strange, there ain't nothing I can hook to this. I mean, it should. Get back to this, go hook up to the other vehicle. That tire looks like it's about to fall off at any moment. But oh well. To anybody watching at the top of the hour, my name is RedCorn. I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. I also do ASMR. But since I'm not going to be in the week of Thanksgiving, I'm streaming every day this week. Saturday's going to be very up in the air. Yeah, I'm a professional at this point. I say professional, but sometimes I drive like a total dipstick. Now that I got it unstuck. Alright, now we can recover this truck back. Hopefully I won't need it again, but you know, sometimes you might need it. But now I'm going to head over towards Solace Bay to get all the vehicle spare parts. Figure why not take this one? It's big enough. Plus, it can get almost anywhere. Sounds good. I mean, even the cabin sounds good. Now I got the wheel going. Now let's get some wheel action going. So yeah, you can actually drive this with the wheel. But if you want a joystick to work, well, the only way to do this, if you use a Logitech heavy machinery, the heavy machinery bundle, well actually the side panel itself, I actually want one of those. I mean, I got a farm stick, but I would also like to have one of those other ones too. Look at how smooth that is. Now we got the wheel action going. And funny enough, some vehicles feel really smooth with the wheel and some don't. This is one of the ones that it feels really smooth with the wheel. And then some of them, forget it. That's how easy I could jump from wheel to controller, just by simply, you know, pushing on the gas. Now that I got the wheel setup going, let's punch it. I also need to reset the wheel. Feels like it's too far forward, but it could be this wheel stand. But eventually I will clamp all this to the desk, but that's whenever I get the G27 going. And it's like, well, what do you need with the G27? So I can play PS2 shit on it. Oh, here's something else too. Also works if you got the joystick. Like if you got the gearbox, you can flip it. However, I do have a thing coming in where it will turn, which that reminds me. Yeah, I can actually just follow it over here. This one has a few vehicle spare parts. It should have 3, but if not, I can always just go over to the warehouse. But, whatever. Let's just go ahead and drive on over there. I'll show off the wheel for a while. I feel bad for some of the people not chiming in. You get to see me drive this thing with the wheel. Throw it into some off-road action. It's also kind of hard to work the buttons on this damn thing too. But you know, still. Will I ever upgrade this wheel to the G923? Maybe in the future I will, but not at the moment. And there's really nothing wrong with using the G29. Well, the G920. I used the G920. You know, the only reason why I'm getting the 27 is so I can, you know, run the PS2 stuff on it. And it runs PS3. That was the wheel I wanted back in the day. But with some of these new games, it doesn't recognize it. So I figured, you know, why not have this? Eventually, I'll move it over to all the, move all this and clamp it to the desk. I need to get some cable management under it. That's good. One time for Jerry Reed, everybody. One time for the great Jerry Reed. Which, by the way, I will say this: if you're using the G920 with SnowRunner, and because some guys keep complaining about it running stiff, change it over to Logitech Legacy, because the True Force stuff will not recognize this particular wheel. Funny enough, it won't recognize it, but we're going off-road for a moment. There she is. We running it off-road now. Look at it go. Look at it go. Off-roading with the wheel, everybody. Vehicle spare parts. Hang on, here we go. Oh goodness. There's a hole on the road. Hole in the road, back up. If I'm up, you're up. We'll have to come back for that big thing sometime later. Just not at the moment. I got everything, so I'm good to go. About to swing it, swing it. There. Who knows, maybe I'll do a stream where I just use nothing but the wheel. You gotta admit. Looks good playing with the wheel. Let's go. Time to get it going wide ass open. I don't even want to know how that happened. Alright, have fun with that, JJ. Like the button. Thanks for that, JJ. I'm currently using the wheel. I finally got it to work. It was being weird. Whoops, wrong button. I don't know why it's doing that. Get a little bit of the scenic route. There it is. Yeah, thanks for chiming in, JJ. I got the wheel wide open, which I will say, very simple to do. And this is just with Logitech stuff, by the way, for anybody watching. Which I can actually show. Well, I actually show it when I get the rest of this cargo dropped off. But if you want your wheel to work with SnowRunner, you know, obviously you got to set it to the right wheel. Now, I use a Logitech G920, which is a really good wheel. Now, if you're running that, you have to go to where it says how to register it. And, you know, like, I also have a gear shift with it, so that means, you know, I can shift it down, shift it up, back to here. That's me playing with the gear shift. Now, Xbox button layout with the gear shift. That's how I set it up. But you have to set it to Logitech Legacy. Because if you don't set it to the Legacy and it's set to True Force, well, the wheel's going to be extremely stiff. You don't want that. You know, you honestly don't want that to be stiff. Which I can actually show right here. Which I can actually show right here in the settings. If the controller would not actually cut out on me. So I'll show it right here. You have to set it to type. Wheel presets. If you got pedals, you have to set it down here to paired pedals. So like here it is. You set that to True Force, it's going to run stiff. And you can feel it be stiff. You set it to Legacy, you'll feel it. And of course, you know, you got all this other stuff too. But that's what I'm setting mine on. So now you understand what I'm talking about. So for those of y'all watching, you have to set it to Legacy. If you're using the stuff that's got all the True Force in it, where, to be honest, you know, that's totally up to you. So if you got it set to with all the True Force stuff, you know, like the 923. Oh, here we go. Hang on, everybody. Because, hey, if you don't have it set to the Legacy, and you have it set to True Force, knowing this wheel does not support True Force, it's going to be incredibly stiff. And you don't want stiff. That's what you don't want. You don't want stiff. And by stiff, I mean it's going to be really hard to pull the wheel. Everything else, that was just what was preset with it. So, you know, some trucks, it doesn't feel good with the wheel, but some trucks it actually does, this being one of them. Which also kind of says something too. And that's... I'm trying to think of the actual word for it. You know, like, I would say that it does work to an extent. But, you know, it's whatever. I'm one-handed this bitch, the fuck you mean? Alright, hang on. I'm about to shift it down to four-wheel in a moment. Woo, baby! Buddy, you can feel that shit kicking. But, yeah. I will most likely move the wheel and the shifter to the desk where I clamp it down to it. But I wonder if they make like a Logitech heavy wheel set for it. Not the like the heavy wheel bundle, you know. I don't mind that. You know, I wouldn't mind having the actual heavy equipment side panel because A, it works with this game and, you know, the farm stick doesn't. To really get this game to work with any sort of joystick, you have to run like a separate, like a separate plug-in, which there's video and tutorials on that. I can't tell you how to do it. I don't trust that shit. You know, I wouldn't mind having the side panel, you know, immersion. But however, since I am doing the truck setup, I do intentionally on, you know, moving the getting an actual, well, I plan on building my own 18 speed shifter, which, you know, you can technically run those like, you know, like the actual 13 speeds and all that. But I got to get some parts in order for that to work. One being the actual shifter itself, which is, you know, the genuine Eaton Fuller stuff, which, if I ever did get to the point that I was making that stuff, then yeah, I would probably open up an eBay store like, oh yeah, here you go. It's like, what's that? We're running stuff. That's what we doing. I do intend on replacing the actual steering wheel. What did I just get? Oh! I have to check out what that was. That was a nice achievement. But, you know, such as it is. You know, everybody uses the, and I know there was one guy that he showed how to make these things. But if I ever got to the point where I was making them and they were, like, really good, would I actually sell some? Probably. And I know some people are going to be responding to, hey, we play ATS, you mind setting us up? If I know you personally, then yeah, I'll make one for you for free. But everybody else, nope, you are paying top dollar for that shit. Which, you know, funny enough, I know some of the guys that they make them. Like there's Eurocrafts and, you know, the guy that runs ATS and, you know, Shot over at ATS Accessories. There is that, but, you know, their stuff is high as hell. I can see why it is, because they do put in the time and, you know, the effort into making it, and the parts are expensive as fuck. So yeah, I understand that too, you know, time and labor and, you know, the little parts and pieces you need for it. You know, that's understandable. You know, I understand you got to cover your cost and the labor and all that. However, I do plan on getting one of those button boxes for ATS. I won't, because I know SimPanel makes one, that it's got the CB in it. I think that'd be cool. Breaker 19, I need a westbound Smoky report. You know, that would still be funny if they actually did ever add in police chases. Like, I'm gonna be a bull hauler and actually run from the law. They need to make that thing, like if you're hauling livestock in that game, to go on ahead and, you know, just make it to where we can, you know, ag exemptions. Up, here we go. I ain't taking no shortcuts with this. This thing's way too big for them. Hang on. I keep forgetting. Throw it down. A little bit of four-wheel drive action tonight. Mind you, I'm in the Kenworth 963. It's big. It's massive. Hopefully I can swing it around and not be worried about it too bad. Let's watch it, watch it, watch it. You know, I will say this, what they should do. You know, I should say Sabre should really make some updates to where instead of us having to run a plug-in, if I wanted to plug in my farm stick to run with this, it actually would recognize it. So that way, if I want to go into crane mode, all I gotta do is just click, 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 click. Ooh, this is a tight turn, baby. But yeah, it's little stuff like that. Oh, also with all the gear shift stuff, like if I was to actually flip it over, well, that's how you flip it back in auto, but since I'm going to flip it back into neutral, so it's like your down position, which is gear 2 on the H pattern, pull it down and it puts it up into low plus, but you know, I got all the off-road stuff on it. Now where am I? Damn, I really went out here and took the long way. You know, I probably should have just went straight across, but oh well. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Fun and challenging, but exciting. I'm gonna straighten it back out, straighten it back out. I ain't getting through that crap. I know that much. But hold it, hold it, hold it. Had to take it right through here, all this little narrow shit. Now I wonder. Oh, goodness. Okay, then. Yep, gotta flip it back for a moment. Well, I drove it as long as I could. Not half bad. Not half bad at all. I'm going to go ahead and put my shifter back into neutral so I'm not worried about it. Then... now, where's the service trailer? I guarantee you the service trailer is going to be somewhere. Oh. Okay, then. So... I guess go this way, then. Well, I might as well finish this out for the night. First things first, I'll go back here and get this thing first. As long as I can get that thing over there, I'll be doing perfectly fine. But I think I can go ahead and refuel right quick. Now here comes the fun part. Getting through this shit. It should be easier said than done. This current is going to be a little strong. But that's why also you have these really tall snorkels. Probably some loose rocks under here too. That is one hellacious current. That tells you how strong this current is if it can push this thing around. But I also went the wrong way. We're going to push it up here. Because this is where you climb, go down in and you climb out. And we're back on solid ground. But if I could drop this off by the road, I'd be doing good. Or just make a straight shot across. I'm going to drop this right here. I can always come back for it. That thing should be easy to get across. Can't do nothing there. Well, I guess I gotta go back the way I came. That means circling back. Oh, I hope I just have enough fuel to make it back. Sometimes you gotta stick it in low and hope it works. Because automatic gears, they tend to, you know, cut in and out, but throw it into low plus and it works better. Alright, I'm almost there. I am almost there. We're almost done. We're almost done. And there it is. Alright, the warehouse is now available. Alright, long logs is now available. That's a good thing. Alright. Let's go ahead and get back to the... Go ahead and recover it. But other than that, I will now leave it at that. So, thank you all for watching. Now then, if you're watching back on the replay, please do shoot the like button for the grip skiddly. If you enjoyed it, please do comment down below your favorite truck in SnowRunner. Now, as always, be sure to smash the subscribe button today and click the notification bell icon to stay up to date when I go live. Normally, I live stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday at 6 p.m. But this week, I'm live streaming at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time because I will not be here the week of Thanksgiving. So, thank you all for chiming in. Thank you, Lurkers. Thank you, JJ. And thank you, Eternal, with your esoteric nonsense for the evening. I needed it. So, other than that, thank you all. Good night. The music is linked down in the description below, and Nacho does have a video on how to mod it into Farming Sim 25. So, other than that, have a great day and a ballin' weekend, and remember, don't do anything stupid. Now, enjoy the music as I shut everything down.
We were young, wild and free. Laughter made the days fly by. Now it's just a memory. Feels like I could cry. Empty streets where we used to roam. Every shadow calls your name. Now I'm here but all alone. Nothing feels the same. You were my light, my moon. gone too soon, too soon. Every night I see you in stars, wish you weren't so far. Photos in an old shoebox, captured moments time can't hold. Every frame a ticking clock, echoes in my soul. You were my light, my moon, gone too soon, too soon. Every night I see you in stars, wish you weren't so far. Photos in an old shoebox, captured moments time can't hold. Every frame a ticking clock, echoes in my soul.